to order. It is now 6:30. I'm going to ask the city clerk to give the roll call, please. Madam City Clerk.
Okay, good evening. Mayor Pro Tem Kearney.
Here.
Councilmember Cuevas.
Here.
Councilmember Suarez.
Present.
Councilmember Talavera.
Here.
Mayor Pullen Miles.
Here.
All members are present.
Okay, I'm going to ask Councilwoman Shirley Cuevas to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by Pastor Dwight Dudley.
Please stand, right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing.
Again, it's always a pleasure to be here and to be able to pray and bring invocation here to the city. You guys are awesome in every way. I love you. And 10 days from now, in a wake up, it's Thanksgiving. And so tonight, I just thought I would share something from my heart. And sometimes it's hard to be thankful for things, especially when times are hard. But when we take our eyes off of the difficulties and the tough times and the things we don't have and contemplate and think about the things we do have, we find that we're very rich. And so the word of the Lord today is, let us come before his presence with thanksgiving, and let us shout joyfully to him with psalms. For the God is a great God and a great King above all gods. Father, we thank you for the city of Lawndale. And Lord, on their very wall, they say, in God we trust. And this city does trust you. And they call the pastors, the clergy, to come and pray over their business meetings, that you would direct, that you would lead them, and that you would minister to them, and that they would be one heart, one with each other, that they're here for the betterment of the city of Lawndale, its residences. We're so grateful and thankful that they have a heart to hear the word of God and to pray to start their meetings. Father, we're so grateful and thankful that the city of Lawndale, Captain Palomino, Father, for her work and love in the sheriff's department and ministering, the fire departments that we have, the city workers, everything that we have in this city, Father, we give you thanks and we praise you for it. And we give you thanksgiving again. We look forward to the families and the things that will take place here in just 10 days, Father, that they will be blessed, ministered to, loved on, and that there will be plenty to go around for each. So, Father, let us remember the good things, the days of plenty, and we thank you for everything that you've given us. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Let's hear from Lieutenant Osborne from the LA County Sheriff Department.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, esteemed members of the City Council, and members of the community. I'm Ricky Osborne, the Lieutenant for the City of Lawndale, and I will be presenting the Public Safety Report for November 3rd through November 17th. I will begin by discussing our notable arrests and investigations. On June 15th, at approximately 4:30 p.m., Deputy Leyva responded to the Lawndale Service Center and contacted a female adult victim who had been assaulted by a former friend. The victim reported the suspect pointed a firearm at her while she was parking her vehicle. Fearing for her life, the victim drove to the Lawndale Service Center. Over the next few months, the Lawndale SAOs, Deputies Ibarra and Rivas, conducted an extensive investigation and located the suspect in Long Beach. With the assistance of LASD major crimes detectives, the suspect was safely taken into custody. He was charged with felony assault with a deadly weapon, and he was not a resident of Lawndale. On September 26th, at approximately 3 p.m., deputies responded to the Dollar Tree store located at 4181 Redondo Beach Boulevard regarding an assault with a deadly weapon call for service. They contacted two male juvenile victims and discovered that the two male subjects from Lawndale 13 gang approached them inside the store and claimed it was their territory. The two victims subsequently exited the store and immediately heard gunfire. Neither of the victims were struck, but the business next door sustained a shattered front door. The investigation was assigned to Operation Safe Streets Detective Sabatine, who obtained social media accounts for the subjects. Detective Sabatine was able to link a third individual to the crime and in other cases involving the Lawndale 13 gang. The third individual, who is a male adult, was determined to be the shot caller of Lawndale 13 gang. On November 13th at approximately 8 p.m., Detective Sabatine served a search warrant at the male adult shot caller's residence and located a Glock 9mm firearm, several boxes of ammunition, 14.2 ounces of cocaine, other items consistent with the sales of narcotics and gang paraphernalia. The suspect was arrested for being felon in possession of a firearm, possession of narcotics for sales, possession of narcotics with a firearm, and a felon in possession of ammunition. He is not a resident of Lawndale. Our drug arrest stats. During the reporting period, Lawndale deputies made 10 misdemeanor narcotics arrests for possession of various types of narcotics and possession of drug paraphernalia. The traffic incidents. Regarding our traffic-related incidents, Motorcycle Traffic Enforcement Deputy Morales issued 28 citations during the reporting period for various vehicle code violations, such as failure to stop at a stop sign, failure to stop at a red traffic light, and speeding. And lastly, for community engagement, I would like to remind the community about the annual Angel Tree Lighting Ceremony that will take place on Friday, December 5th from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Lawndale Civic Center. We'll kick off the holiday season with festive music, food vendors, and many more cheerful activities. This concludes my report, and I'll be happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant. Is there any questions of the lieutenant's report? Thank you, sir. Okay, we're on oral communications now. If you want to speak to this body on the oral communication, you may do so at this time. Please line up by the flag. When it becomes your turn, just come to the podium, start with your name first. At 2.5 minutes, the amber light will come on either screens to give you the signal to start wrapping things up. Let's have our first speaker. Yes, sir.
Hi there, my name is Andrew Blackney. I'm a resident of Lawndale. At a previous city council meeting, the city council voiced its agreement with the idea of putting protected bike lanes on Redondo Beach Boulevard as part of the Metro Active Transit Project for Redondo Beach Boulevard that is currently being led by the Redondo Beach City Council. They're tracking to have 50% completion of this project done in a relatively short time span. And so part of that being that they need to have input from the cities that are along this project, that being Torrance, Lawndale, and LA County. And they are currently waiting for that official notice from this city that they want to change that portion of that they currently have spec'd as door zone bike lanes to protected bike lanes. So we would like you guys to move forward with that, and we provided this letter to you, and it's been signed by several residents of Lawndale. If you have any questions about that, us at the South Bay Bicycle Coalition would love to talk with you about it and get any concerns out of the way that you have. We would just like to talk with you and make sure that we get this taken care of so that it can be done. Thank you very much. Bye. Thank you.
Anyone else? We'll close the public comments at this time and bring up the dais for any comments. Let's hear from Councilmember Talavera.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to welcome everyone here tonight, those that are in attendance and those that are watching by our media. Thank you for joining us. And thank you, Andrew, for bringing this to our attention. I thought that was our consensus, that we did want the protected bike lanes, and we wanted to be uniform with what's going on with the project, so hopefully we can get that done. Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Suarez.
Thank you to everybody that spoke. My question to staff is, what is the next step if we did have that discussion already regarding the protected lanes?
Thank you.
I believe the day after the council meeting in question, I contacted the city of Redondo, talked to the engineer in charge of the project, and he did say they are gonna draft the response to us as far as drawing goes, without putting any work yet on the
pre-shot plans. That way we can check it out, review it. Mainly because the change signifies getting rid of the medians at that location and changes everything in reality. So we're waiting for that response. We followed up and they're still working.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass it along.
Sorry.
Let me ask you this. Did you push your button? So would you recommend that we wait on that before we send in a letter or any type of communications, or what would be your recommendation?
My recommendation is to wait. I'm going to follow up again.
Okay.
I'll give you an update.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Cuevas.
I just want to say thank you, everybody, for coming out and sitting here with us on a rainy day. Also, those of you that are watching us, thank you for being our audience out there. And my colleagues already asked the question that I was also going to ask about the bike lanes, because I thought we had made a decision on that. But that will be all.
Sir.
I'll just say that my colleagues to the left of me on the side of the mayor said everything needs to be said, so I'll just say ditto.
Okay, I'll deal with that as well. Thank you, Andrew, for this report. Thank you. With that, we will close public comments and bring it to the consent calendar. Item F, what is the pleasure of this body concerning these items on the consent calendar?
If there's no questions or additions or any subtractions, I'll make a motion to accept.
The motion's been made by Kearney,
I'll second that.
seconded by Cuevas. Any discussion on the motion? Madam City Clerk, please conduct the vote.
For the consent calendar, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, let's move on to item number 5, approval of a budget for a public safety officer position. Let's have staff report.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and distinguished members of the City Council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you this evening. The staff report you have before you is for the approval of a budget for a public safety officer position. As this council will recall, in the October City Council meeting, on October 20th, I presented to you the option of creating a position that would assist deputies in report taking. It would free up deputies to spend more time patrolling. The council at that time had some more questions, so we've redrafted the staff report with some of those questions answered, including the hours that they would work, the uniform type that they would wear, and specific tasks they would do. Included with the staff report is a list of the job description that we will put forth with all the tasks that they will be expected of and all the knowledge they will need to know. Additionally, at the end of this report, we do have a short video presented by the public safety director for the city of Norwalk. Lieutenant Osborne also has a PowerPoint that he would like to present to you, and we also have with us Brian McNerney, who is the director of public safety for the city of Bellflower, and he can answer any questions you have about their community service officer program. We did, between that last meeting and this one, we did change the name of the position from community service officer to public safety officer. And before I open the floor to any questions, I would like to present the videos and the PowerPoint.
So
Yes,
the
sir.
public service officer will fall under your umbrella?
This would be a municipal service department employee, correct? But he would be dispatchable by the county dispatchers. He'd be handling police calls just like police do, but only for non-workable or incident reports, traffic collisions, property damage, lost property, things like that.
Okay. So we're saying that the name has just been changed, that's the only thing that's been changed?
Correct.
about it?
As you'll see in the video, the city of Norwalk, they call their officers public safety officers. Bellflower calls them community service officers. They have the same task, they just different names.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Want to proceed? Yeah.
The City of Norwalk's Department of Public Safety, established in 1989, has become a national model for community-based law enforcement.
Audit Officer program tailors responses to Norwalk neighborhoods and business communities, with dedicated officers acting as liaisons to connect the community to essential resources.
The Homeless Operation Prevention and Engagement Team addresses homelessness 7 days a week. through outreach, resource connection, and support services. We are a bridge to services for individuals in need of assistance.
Public safety officers handle code enforcement, parking, and high visibility patrols, working closely with residents and businesses to address safety concerns before they escalate.
Norwalk Transit Safety Services ensure commuter and transit staff safety at key transportation hubs by providing high visibility and security surveillance.
The Norwalk Office of Emergency Management prepares our community for disasters through training, education, and through collaboration with regional emergency services.
The dispatch team coordinates emergency responses, handles calls for service, and tracks incidents. We also work with outside agencies such as SIACA and LASD.
The Field Patrol Division responds to quality of life issues and patrols the entire city. And we respond to calls in residential and commercial areas to ensure the safety of the community.
Yes, sir.
Good evening again. So yes, a friend of mine, like I told you guys at the last meeting, Ozzy Ramos, he's the assistant city manager for Norwalk. Me and him started at Norwalk together. He was the director of public safety for Norwalk. He just got promoted up to assistant city manager. So I met with him. He gave me that video and these slides to kind of show you where they're at. Now, they're obviously been doing this for 35 years, so their program's very advanced, but he's kind of showing me how it started off. So I'll go through these slides kind of quick, and then I'll answer any questions you guys kind of have. So basically for Norwalk, they've had this for 35 years. Right now they have 80 dedicated employees, some part-time and some full-time. They're not, and they have different divisions, as you saw. They have their public safety officers, who is what we're looking to do. Then they have the HOPE team, which is the homeless outreach program. And then they have transit, which gets reimbursed through MTA, which we don't have that here right now. And then they have the dispatch center, which actually dispatches, which we don't have that need for that right now. So, and then they work with the LA County Sheriff's Department. So the way you implement it is prevention through engagement. The PSO's focus is all those officers they have, every one of them is unarmed. That's why they don't have the CSO name. They have public safety, and their uniforms, they try to be not like us. Don't want to look like police. They drive pickup trucks. They don't want to look like law enforcement. They're supposed to engage the community. It's supposed to be less intrusive and make the community more engaged with them. They will, when they first get hired, like if you guys do approve it and you guys start the program, when we hire the first one, they do train with us because they will have a sheriff's computer in their car. They will have a sheriff's radio. So they'll ride with a sheriff, and that'll be the introduction to the community. But once we feel that they're competent to ride on their own, they'll be in your guys' car, and they'll work under Director Michael Reyes, but they'll work with us. The station will be able to dispatch them to the non-emergent calls. And like I said at the last one, when we have major traffic collisions and it's holding deputies up from responding to calls for service, this person could replace them so that the deputies could go for the calls for service. It increases visible presence, as I just covered. The effective use, PSOs handle quality life issues so deputies can focus on crimes. They could be more visible in the parks. We have a concern with our juveniles in the parks in the afternoons programs. This gives them time. It's kind of like Southwest Patrol, but under your guys' not control, but under your guys' supervision. The cost effectiveness delivers more coverage at a fraction of the cost compared to trying to hire deputies. In the staff report, you guys see all the breakdown of how much it costs. So the phases, there's the approved, the pilot concept and the funding, that's what we're doing now. Then we go into the hiring process. Obviously, the city does the hiring process. I would recommend me or Sergeant Smith or both of us being involved in the hiring process or sitting in on the interviews. And then the development, launch the pilot, collect the data on the response time, call reductions. Obviously, we want to see 3 months, 6 months, 9 months to see this is effectiveness, if it's working like the way we want, so we could see if we want to expand the program. Because the way Norwalk kind of does their PSOs, just like we have our city broken into 4 quadrants, they have a public safety officer for each quadrant. And each quadrant, that PSO has a telephone, city phone, and they give that to the residents. And the residents could call that PSO directly, and they go out to that house, so they know who their PSO is. It's kind of like the special assignment officers, but I think it's a more intimate connection than the deputy. And then at the phase 4, you present the performance result and recommendations for the expansion, to see if you guys want to go and hire a second one. And you don't have to hire 4 full-timers. It could be 2 full-timers, 2 part-timers, however you guys feel the program would be best. So I'm here available along with the expert for any questions you guys might have.
That does conclude the presentation. We do have Brian here. As I said, he's the Director of Public Safety for the City of Bellflower. They have also a very advanced CSO program. Any of the 3 of us can answer any questions if you have any.
Okay. Let me see. Let's hear from Bernadette Suarez.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. My question is, how do you build rapport with the community? I think there's going to be a learning curve, not only for the person that's hired, but for the community itself. And what phone number is used? Like, how does this public safety officer get the calls? Is it, I think you mentioned a designated phone number or whatnot that the other jurisdictions use, but how does the community gain rapport and trust and say, okay, this is someone that I call if I see something? Like, I'm curious as to how that, how you build that trust with the community to call this person instead of the sheriffs.
Yes.
Go ahead, Ricky. Go ahead.
So once they're trained up and they're on their own, then it's going to be up to you guys if you guys want to provide them with a phone so that they could get contacted directly, or to contact MSD directly and get them dispatched out of there. We're also working with Michael right now on getting all of MSD sheriff radios. We just learned that you're one of the few city contracts that don't have sheriff communications, and so Michael and me and Justin Smith, we're all working with our SEC program to get all the radios so that way you guys will have communications and you'll be able to communicate on your own frequency just within the city, and then be able to switch over and talk to the sheriffs when needed.
And if I could further answer that too, it's just in regards to the Norwalk system, they have 80 officers, so their public safety team, which is their non-sworn officers, it's their public safety officers, they have their own dispatcher office because they have that many officers that they need to dispatch. We would only have one. The public wouldn't be calling him directly, they would be calling the police station to report a crime. The dispatcher will know if it's a CSO handle, or excuse me, a public safety officer handle or a deputy handle. And also the public safety officer himself will know, or herself will know, if that's something they can handle. If it comes out with a 415 415 disturbance of fight, the public safety officer is going to know that they can't handle it. They're going to decline the call, and they're asked to be reassigned to a deputy. If it's a petty theft, if it's a grand theft, if it's a vandalism call, they'll accept the call, they'll respond to it, they'll interact with the public. That's how the public will get to know them over time. Response times will be much quicker because they won't have to wait for a deputy. Also, the public safety officer is going to be going call to call to call. Reports are going to be coming out, so he's going to spend most of the day in the car and in the public taking reports for the residents, and then writing those reports once he's gotten the information.
And then my other question is, I know that Norwalk does like a newsletter and to keep them posted on this quadrants and the officers and whatnot. How are we planning to educate the public when if we roll this out?
So it's just on that, we are only looking, this would be a pilot program, we're only looking for one officer. We can certainly write information on the website, we can put things out on the Lawndale. We want the public to understand what this role is and what this person does. This is not a security position, they're not providing things like They're not armed, they're not responding to crime calls where they're not trained like a police officer in terms of reducing threats or taking down bad guys. They're solely writing reports. So the public should welcome them right away. There's no reason they wouldn't be receptive to this. Again, there'll be shorter response times because we'll have a civilian officer who's actually able to go there, so they're not being tied up on things where deputies get tied up on. For instance, if deputies are on a crime scene, they can't leave that scene until the crime scene is cleared. So if someone's waiting for a crime call now, they might be waiting an hour or so if it's a non-emergent call. If someone lost a cell phone or someone's reporting a broken window, they're going to wait a lot longer. But having a public safety officer, they can respond right away.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear from the member of the public before we continue. Yes, sir.
Good evening. After reading the staff report and the presentations tonight, certainly sounds like the hiring of a PSO will be a valuable addition to Lawndale's public safety team. As noted also in the staff reports, the costs associated with this position are more cost-effective than hiring an additional deputy, which is not available anyway. You could probably hire several of these at the cost of an additional deputy. According to the LASD October monthly reports, there were 622 calls for service. Emergency calls had excellent response times, averaging 3.5 minutes, and priority calls averaged 6.8 minutes. Routine calls averaged 41.6 minutes. Many of these routine calls, such as burglary reports, traffic collisions, lost or damaged property, could be handled by a PSO and helping to reduce response time for routine calls. Another important concern from residents is visibility. They want to see patrol cars more frequently in their neighborhoods. By having a PSO handle tasks that would otherwise occupy a deputy at accident or minor incident scenes, deputies can spend more time actually patrolling the streets of Lawndale. Approving this position now will allow Lawndale staff begin the hiring process for this important and valuable position. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's bring it back to diocese. Let's hear from Councilwoman Cuevas.
All right, I have a few questions. First question, where are they going to be stationed? Are they going to be at the sheriff department or in your office area?
We'll very likely we put them in the MSD building rather than the sheriff's department just because there's not a lot of room at the sheriff's station.
And so by us getting the radio, they would be able to hear the conversation or the call.
Correct. Police radios, it's an open broadcast. We can hear all of our calls relevant to Lawndale and the South Bay. Also, the reason for radio and the computers is because the computers do go down. They are down for maintenance a couple times a year, so calls during that time are voiced over the radio. So deputies themselves need to be on the radio because when calls come out and the MDC is down, they need to be able to do that vocally.
They're getting their own car, I'm assuming.
Correct.
And we're labeling a public safety officer or whatever name we're going to give them.
Correct.
So that they're visible, right?
Correct. Yes, it'll be branded, and that car will need to have an MDC computer in there because that is a vital part of deputies as well as the public safety officer's job.
Are they going to have to do the same type of paperwork that the sheriff department does when, like, they use the little computer on the car and then go into the office and do the...
Correct. When they go into the office, they're writing the narrative, they're writing the comments. The first part of the call is they're going to get the call, they're going to go to the victim, get statements from the victim, get the information from the victim, name, birth date, address, things like that. Then they'll get all the information, then they'll go back to the office and write it. But the computer actually gives them the ability to run license plates, run information like that so they can verify things like that.
You know what I'm talking about, right? That little thing that you have to put the code, the report, and then you go into the other...
they won't be required for the body cams and the sackers.
Okay, so they won't have...
They won't have body cams, so they won't have to go back and tag their videos and do the sackers, no.
Okay.
They'll just have to clear their call like we used to, write the report, turn it into Sergeant Smith, he'll approve it, and then return back over here.
Okay, okay. I just didn't want them to spend 4 hours on the street and then 4 hours doing reports for...
No, just as fast as they could write, and then they just have to bring it over to the Lawndale Service Center so Sergeant Smith could approve it, or me, and then come back over.
Okay. And this question is probably for the public safety from Bellgarden, right? Bellflower, sorry. I switched cities on you. So how did you gain the trust, or how did your staff gain the trust of the community? Because this is a new program. Did you guys do outreach with the community? How did the community know that they could reach out to that specific person?
Sure. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, again, pleasure to be here. Thank you for Mr. Reyes inviting me. To answer that question, so Bellflower's been involved with their CSO, PSO program since about the late 90s when the city adopted its community policing plan. So it's been involved for a while. I think that the gaining the rapport with the community, one thing that we're a little bit different than the Sheriff's Department is the retention of people. When there's no knock on the Sheriff's Department at all, but oftentimes when we get deputies in, they're only here for a short amount of time before they promote or transfer or go somewhere else. With our city staff, they're out there for years. I have multiple staff members that worked for me for 15, 20 years. And the community sees the same faces out there doing the same work, and that's how they're going to build that rapport. Now, sometimes we do have people come and go, but we're much more consistent with our staffing than I would say than the deputies are in the field. So people see a common face, that's how they're going to build that up. So that is a potential which Lawndale here could experience if you were to retain employees. You see the same people out there in the community and driving around, taking your reports. That's how you build that rapport right there.
And have you seen more activity as far as the sheriff driving your city rather than being occupied and doing reports? Has this really helped the community? You know, I don't know how to explain it, but have you seen the violence go down because the sheriff now has more time to patrol your city rather than sit at an intersection and watch a traffic accident?
I would be hesitant to say there's a direct correlation between lower crime rates and bringing on, say, a CSO or PSO program. Where you do see a tangible benefit is, one, more community buy-in, and secondly, you do see reduced response times to various crimes that are occurring. And at least in Bellflower, response times is kind of a big idea and a big issue that the community faces, because right now, as an example, our routine response times to calls is a little over an hour, and that's the worst it's ever been in the city's history. For us, and we have a pretty robust number of deputies in town. Usually our lowest shift is about 6 units, and we are upwards of 10 units per shift. So given those numbers, an hour is a rather long time that our community has to wait for various things. That's where the CSO program comes in, helps to sort of take away some of those lower level calls. So I guess to answer your direct question is, are we seeing lower crime rates because of this? I don't have data to back that up, so I'd be hesitant to say that that in fact is true, but we do see other tangible benefits elsewhere.
Thank you.
Let's hear from Councilmember Talavera.
No, hold on, I have one more.
Oh, you said thank you.
Thank you to him.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay. You're welcome. Sorry about that.
Are there, are we planning, no, this is for Michael, sorry. Are we planning to use them during specific hours of the day where there's, or have we surveyed what hours we're going to
Yes, and in speaking with the lieutenant and Sergeant Smith, we determined Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. till 5 p.m. would be the best times for them to be here.
Okay, thank you. Now it's thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Talavera.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, so if a resident has a concern or wants a report, they're going to call the sheriff. And then depending on the subject or the incident, they'll determine if they're going to take it or if they're going to refer it to the PSO.
Correct. The PSO will be dispatchable just like the deputies are. He'll log in the morning just like the deputies do. He'll onto his computer. The dispatcher will know that the computer in the car actually lets dispatch know exactly where deputies are, and they would let the PSO person know, because you're not being tracked, but your time is being measured. So as soon as the PSO logs on in the morning, any calls that are waiting, they'll be assigned to him immediately. Again, only the dispatcher will know if it's something that falls within his purview. If not, it'll go to a deputy.
But the dispatcher will not tell the caller, oh, this is a non-crime matter, call the PSO.
No. All the calls go through dispatcher. Dispatcher assigns it to the PSO, and PSO arrives and says, here, I'm here to take your report, and they introduce themselves. And they'll be uniformed, they'll be in a city vehicle, they'll know, and the public won't, they just want the report taken. A lot of the reports Car accidents, you need reports for insurance purposes. Break-ins, you need reports for insurance purposes. Lost property, damaged property, you need reports for insurance purposes. So they're just happy to get the report done quickly. So if it's a violent crime, then obviously the public safety officer is not going to be responding to that. It'll be assigned to a deputy.
Okay. And also, we had mentioned about the reporting of the incidents. So when the PSO does their report, that record is given to the sheriff.
Correct.
That's logged in their system, and they'll know.
Correct. Any report taken now by deputies gets signed off by a higher up, by a sergeant or a lieutenant. It gets assigned to Detective Bureau, and the Detective Bureau determines if there's workable information, if it's a crime. If it's just an incident that occurred, it's just filed. So a car accident would just be filed. Lost property would just be filed. The detectives don't go looking for the lost property. They just file it. But it is an official police report.
Okay. And another question about the community engagement, because I looked over the sample job description, and that's one concern that we have about community engagement. How are there plans to, because we could say, well, they're going to be at Neighborhood Watch. Well, that program's already there. So how are we going to build into the residents of Lawndale that we have a PSO? Are they going to be visiting schools? Are they going to be outreaching to the community at events that are promoting that engagement with them?
We can do any kind of introductions that the council would favor. That's not a problem. We can have them. We can roll them out and bring them out and introduce them at neighborhood watch meetings, at Coffee with a Cop, at National Night Out, or any other events that we can introduce them at a council meeting. Right now, we're just looking to get approval to create the position. But yeah, we can certainly get engagement. I can certainly write articles for the Lawndalian, or we can do a piece on A Minute More, or a piece on our cable TV, so the residents are aware that this officer is here to benefit them at a lower cost than having another deputy, since deputies are not available right now.
And my last comment or question that I have regarding their education experience, how come we're not asking for at least an AA degree in criminal justice or public administration?
So that was just a sample one. We can certainly ask for an AA, we can ask for a college degree, we can ask for a master's degree if we want. And obviously, it's higher salary with the more education they have. So we didn't ask for anything. Part of the reason, too, is some of the people that are applying for this job are fresh out of high school. They maybe were explorers and are looking to become officers, but they're not old enough to become officers yet. So if we're asking for an AA, that's going to automatically knock out a lot of explorers who have been working with deputies as volunteers as teenagers, and they wouldn't be able to apply then because they don't have an AA. So I've worked with a lot of CSOs with Brian, and when I was a CSO at Cerritos and with Paramount, and some people had college degrees, others didn't. Some were going to school while they're working part-time. So we can certainly put that on if we feel it's necessary, but that would probably up the cost that we'd have to pay the individual, and that would limit, in terms of age, who could qualify.
Thank you.
Good. Councilwoman Suarez.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for explaining it a little more. My thing would be is because it's new and because it deals with public safety, I think there needs to be a little bit of a campaign to introduce this position and define to the community what it means. Not just on the on the Lawndalian, but maybe something separately that kind of pencils out, and explains it, just like an introduction. That way, because not everybody goes to the neighborhood watch, not everybody goes to council meetings or watches them, and this might be a good, maybe a little bit of a budget just to kind of, explain what this is. I'm also not unopposed. I do agree. The way that I view this position is an entry level, maybe to someone who would be interested in going into law enforcement, and so I'm not necessarily married to the idea that there needs to be any degrees or anything like that. But those are just a few of my comments. I eventually would like to see, and I think some of the cities do both the officers and they do the security guard, but I kind of like the idea of leaning more towards in-house, just because we can say like they're part of the city and whatnot, and so I would move in a direction where if this is successful, maybe putting more money into getting more officers as opposed to security and kind of going in that direction. But those are just my thoughts, but I am supportive of this agenda item.
Thank you. Any other comments? What is,
Was that your motion?
Sure, it could be a motion. But can we add a little bit of extra for communication for the community, for outreach, just to introduce this position, which can come later down the line, but
so how much are you
Fair enough.
suggesting, maybe 20? 20,000, 10,000, or what?
I would say 10.
yeah.
To start,
Yeah.
add, instead of 101, it would be 111.5.
Yeah, but those would be separate, though.
Okay.
101 would be for.
Well, that can be voted on at a later
We-
date.
we could
Mayor
bring
and
it
council,
back
we could
up.
bring
Started.
it, we can bring it
We can bring it
back,
back
and we'll bring a program back for the outreach, that you
Okay.
guys can look at and make comments on, and bring that back.
Well, let's bring the outreach portion back.
The outreach person, that's what I meant.
But
If,
let's approve or disapprove the item tonight.
Motion.
I'll second then.
So the motion been made by Suarez and seconded by Cuevas that we approve this item. Any discussion on the motion? Would the council please vote?
For item number 5, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Okay, item 7, plant a tree memorial program for youth. Let's have the staff report.
Item 6?
You missed.
Item
Item
6.
6.
It's a test.
No. I know what happened. See, what happened was, item 6, feasibility study for the creation of Lawndale Police Department. Let's have the staff report.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and distinguished members of the City Council. Thank you again for this opportunity to speak with you this evening. The staff report you have before you is for the feasibility study for the creation of a Lawndale Police Department. As the council will recall, 2 months ago, we had a resident speak to this, and during the public comments portion of the meeting, one of our residents and beautification committee members, Juan Granalos, suggested the idea of creating our own Lawndale Police Department. Juan brought up some good ideas and thought of some things that were favorable to us, including the fact that we have our own building that could be used as a full-service police station. He also said that it gave some information on the cost of law enforcement. We are looking for direction from this council if you'd like us to do a feasibility study. You did get some information, I believe, today from one of the residents regarding the West Hollywood feasibility study that they were looking for this very same thing. That was a cost of about $200,000 for the study itself. That's in line with the study that I found from 2022, also from West Hollywood. That was about $90,000. So this is a fairly expensive study. I would point out some of the things that weren't mentioned by Juan Granalos during his speech or during his statement. He did have some points that he made that were correct about the Prairie Avenue building being possibly a full-service police station. However, the size of that building is only 3,400 square feet with a lot size of about 17,000 square feet. That building is not going to be large enough for the things we are going to need that we currently get for free from using the sheriff's department, including we would need to build a jail, and we would have to house that jail 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Likely, we would need 5 to 6 employees, jailers, to run that facility full-time. We would also need to build our own dispatch center so that calls can be dispatched. Currently, we use the sheriff's dispatch for free. There's no charge for that. We would have to service that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We would have employed dispatchers. Lastly, we would need mechanics and a place to store the fleet and to repair the fleet. Currently, the sheriff's station department vehicles are serviced regularly, and they run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They break down often, so we would need a facility like that. That would also be cost of mechanics. So there are a number of costs that were not included in Mr. Granal's assessment to the council. So I just want to make the council aware of those costs that we are aware of. The study would give us more information about what those costs, true costs would be, but we are looking for direction from the council on whether or not to pursue a feasibility study. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you for that report. Are there any questions on the report before we open up for public comment? Okay, let's hear from a member of the public.
Good evening. The staff report for this item noticed that one resident requested that Lawndale consider creating its own police department. What remains unclear is why this is necessary. Residents who regularly attend City Council Neighborhood Watch meetings receive monthly reports from LASD, and the October 25 report shows a 9% decrease in crime. This is not the first time this issue has come up in Lawndale. In 1982, a feasibility study indicated that costs would increase if a local police force were created. As a result, Proposition G was put to vote in June 1982, and 70% of voters opposed the creation of a Lawndale police force, opposed it. For context, West Hollywood, whose population is only 5,000 more than Lawndale's, received 6 separate feasibility studies on forming its own police department. The Public Safety Commission ultimately voted unanimously not to spend an additional $200,000 on yet another study. We already know that creating a local police department could be extremely expensive. South Pasadena, with roughly 27,000 residents, allocates over $12 million annually for law enforcement alone. If Lawndale pursued this path, we would face substantial startup costs, like in the millions, including hiring and first-year salaries, training and background checks, vehicles and equipment, technology systems, construction or renovation of a police station, liability, insurance, legal and administrative cost. Beyond the financial burden, the practicality of staffing a new department is questionable. Cities around us, Manhattan Beach, Torrance, Redondo Beach, are all struggling to hire officers. Inglewood is offering $163,000 starting salary and is still facing shortages. Fewer individuals are entering the profession due to liability concerns, and many nearing retirement are leaving law enforcement entirely, widening the vacancy gap. In looking at Annex in El Camino Village, Torrance indicated that since they were 30, 40 officers short, one option would be to contract with LASD for this area if they annexed it. When I worked in human resources for Inglewood, typically we tested a large group of applicants at a time. Only a small number passed a written exam, and those who did still had to complete extensive background checks, polygraphs, psychological evaluations, and medical exams. LASD currently absorbs these costs and the administrative burden of doing all this. After all that, if even a handful of candidates were employable, we consider ourselves fortunate. Given that crime is trending downward and only a very small number of residents have raised this issue, it is unclear why we devote any time to it. Spending even $100,000 on a study would be a waste of taxpayer money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Andrew Blackney. I'm a resident of Lawndale. I tend to agree with the comments that that the previous resident made. I do think it would be a substantial burden to the city to have its own police force. That being said, we are currently facing an issue of not being able to get the number of deputies from the LA County Sheriff's Department that we desire, which is of no fault of their own. It is hard to hire deputies. I do think that we should potentially maybe put an RFP out to our local surrounding area cities and see if they could potentially come in with a bid that would allow us to have more deputies on our streets if we contracted with them. I don't know what that would be, and I think it would make sense for us just to dot our T's and cross our I's and ask. And I think if we are looking at spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on that is well within the amount that we spend for every year for our contract with LASD. And I think that would just make sense to me to see what else is out there and if some other agency can at least give us a bid that would give us more officers along with the other measures that this council is currently looking at. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I looked this up today just really quick on Google, and the first thing that's going to go up is taxes for the residents. Anytime you want to do anything like this, the residents get taxed. Also building a station, where would we even put that in the city of Lawndale? I don't really recall anywhere we could even build one. Building a jail, I found out, very, very expensive. Insurance alone for law enforcement, of course, to cover lawsuits, because you know those will be coming. Also to staff. So you would have a chief, say a captain, a lieutenant, a sergeant, and then officers. You also have 3 shifts to cover, 24 hours, 7 days a week, including holidays. A dispatch center takes another training of the right people to be a dispatcher, not an easy job. Then you also have admin that has to come into play, who keeps the records. secretarial, and are you going to divide it? Are we going to have enough people to have a detective unit, a traffic unit? Like he said, keeping patrol vehicles, maintaining them, equipment for these. With the Lawndale Sheriffs, we already have all this. We have SWAT. We also have specialty officers in Lawndale already and everything. If more of the community would come to the neighborhood watch and listen and find out, we just had an excellent thing on gang issues and going over it. You could educate yourself if they would just come to neighborhood watch. They go over it all the time, phone numbers, people, who to contact, uniforms, equipment, supplies, ammo, basic office supplies, computer, then you have vendors that would have to come into play. All this other stuff costs so much money. The hiring process, like Randall was saying, then you have IOD when they're injured on duty. Very costly, workman's comp insurance. Let's just keep LASD. They've done a great job. I've had my issues over the years when I was younger, but it's all good. I mean, I'm still, I still support them. We don't need to do surrounding cities. Let the other cities, they've got their PD. Let's just keep the sheriffs. They have all the stuff, K-9 helicopters, everything that we, get assistance from and everything right away. They can call in anybody and we can get here. They have SWAT and all the equipment, so they do a good job. I don't feel we need to go around surrounding cities and try to look for anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's bring it back to diocese for discussion. What, Councilman
Comment.
Mayor Pro Tem Kearney.
I did a little research, and the city of Alameda tried to get their own policing agency, and just to do the RFP, and a consultant would cost them $200,000. I looked at, and they decided to do, instead of going with their own police agency, they opened up a thing for most of the services with the gentleman, ladies and gentlemen, in item number 5, and created a bigger force there. I looked at Whittier's contract after they made their own police department. It's, well, you guys, sheriffs don't have CalPERS, they have something else. Their retirement thing, every step up, you get a 5% pay raise. You get, it's well at hand. If we decided to go with our own policing agency, we'd have to contract with all the sheriffs, SWAT, helicopter, K-9, so we wouldn't be saving any money. We'd be paying more money. And as far as, we could probably get a captain, lieutenant, sergeant, but to get deputies, they're not going to come to Lawndale. But what we'll be offering them, we're going to go to any one of the beach cities to get a bonus to sign with them. So I would rather bring this back or table it for later and go back to item number 5 and start using the PSOs once we get them trained. That's my comment.
Okay, let's hear from Councilwoman Cuevas.
I'm not sold on this. I rather use whatever funds we were going to use to RFP or and bring an additional PSO, if that's the case. So far, I haven't heard many residents complain about the sheriff department. I think, like Dina said, if they come to our neighborhood watch meetings, they will be able to learn what the sheriff department is doing for Lawndale. They provide us the reports that we are needed. At this time, I don't think we should do this item.
Thank you. Let's hear from Councilwoman Bernadette Suarez.
Okay, thank you to everybody that came out and spoke. I'm glad that everybody else has had good experiences with the Sheriff's Department. I've had different experiences. And so for that reason too, and from hearing concerns about other individuals, I would still like to look at the options of getting better service, whether that means asking surrounding jurisdictions what they would charge and whatnot. I just think that we could do better. And I think that when it comes to public safety, I'm willing to pay a little bit extra if it means that I can feel a little bit safer. And so I would still be in favor of looking at and exploring other options.
Okay, what is the pleasure of this body concerning this item?
Well, I make a motion that we table this or just let it fall because I don't think we need to spend that kind of money on a RFP when the lieutenant even said that beach cities are having a hard time getting deputies. What makes you think the city of Lawndale, which could probably be half of what they're getting paid over there, are going to put flowers and unicorn and flowers out there and get these deputies? I think we stay with the sheriffs and we start looking in deeper into item number 5, the PSOs.
Okay, so can you put that in the form of a motion that we stay with the sheriffs?
I don't, do we have to? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just so the record will show.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, so the motion's been made that we stay with the sheriffs
Correct.
by Pat Kearney.
I'll second that.
Any discussion on the motion? Will the council please vote?
For item number 6, the motion passes with Councilmember Suarez voting no.
Okay, next item on the agenda is item 7, plant a tree memorial program for youth. Let's have the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, Mayor Pro Tem. At the October 20 of this year, at the City Council meeting, staff received direction to prepare some guidelines for the program. They were attached to your report. However, I'm going to go through the basics of it, so we're all aware of them. The parks that this program could be a part of is Hogan Park, Hopper Park, and Rudolph Park. All of them have currently enough trees to make it a really nice park. However, there's spaces that we could make available should this program move forward. The guidelines basically are for commemorating youth memorials in the form of donating a tree to the city, and our landscaping consultant, contractor rather, will be doing the planting of the trees. The purpose is of the guidelines is to establish standards of making it a real program. The guidelines include practices of tree selection from our city approved list of trees, planting locations, and of course the ongoing maintenance of the trees. We have calculated the cost of this program currently at a fee of $1,000 that covers tree planting, maintenance. Now, the most important part, I believe, of a program is what happens with time if the trees or whatever the program may include don't do well and they end up dying or just not being a healthy tree. In this case, we are proposing in the guidelines that, of course, if it happens with the 1-year maintenance period of the tree, we would replace the tree because it's under the guidelines for the maintenance program for city landscaping. However, after the tree, after the 1-year mark, if the tree is not making it, we would suggest notifying the donor and letting them know they have the option of keeping the location and donating another tree, or unfortunately, we will have to remove the tree. This program will also include a certificate recording the donation basically and what it means for the city to have received a tree for our parks. And we had talked about commemorative plaques at my previous council meeting report, and we are not recommending to allow any plaques at the parks as part of the tree planting or anywhere else. And we also talked, this is not in the guidelines, but we talked about our teen center maybe having a wall with plaques or things like that, and the design of the center just doesn't allow for a location for doing such thing. So part of the guidelines, of course, we had the old brochure that we used to have. We made it pretty, updated. However, the application will be a simple form application for people interested in participating, should council like to move forward with this program. That's all I have, and if you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. Are there any questions of the report? Okay, let's hear from Councilwoman Cuevas.
Do we have an amount of trees that we're going to allow in each park? Is it like 10 trees in one park? Because, you know, we should have an idea of how many trees should go in each park.
Thank you. We can calculate that. However, it's a maximum of 5 trees space. The parks are very nicely planted right now with trees. I don't know the correct term to say so, but they look beautiful. And we want to maintain the green areas for play, for families picnicking and whatever else. So even though there's places with no trees, they are the common ground of the park. So we do not recommend putting trees there. It defeats the purpose of a
And then
play area.
no plaques.
And no plaques.
Okay. And then as far as, let's say, X reason, they know that that's their tree, and they deliver flowers as a memorial, what's going to happen in that case? I mean, would we be removing it? Do we leave it there? Or is that somewhere written that, you know?
That's a great question. It's not currently covered in the guidelines, but we could easily make a decision on what we want. The idea is that it's not a cemetery, it's a park, and we just want trees. When I did some research with my team on what other cities do have this program, we didn't find any other than in Ventura County, a very different program, but it's the only one that talked about planting trees for these purposes at the parks.
Thank you.
Mr. Pat Kearney.
So, Lucho, you said we cannot do plants? You can't do plants, just trees?
The request was for trees. We didn't think of plants.
Okay,
But
because
it's a good idea.
because $1,000 on who's ever going to plant a tree is very costly. Where a plant can be, the actual resident could plant the plant there. And we don't have to use Mariposa at all. And they can buy the plant and plant it there. I wish we could have had plaques, because plaques would have been nice, even if they're small. But if we can't plant any trees at our own parks, what about the parkways in front of the houses, maybe?
That's a possibility. The issue with parkways, not all of them are wide enough to have trees. There's a minimum area requirement of at least minimum 3 feet of parkway. Public Works does plant trees.
Yeah.
Therefore, it could be part of the program if council desires. And maybe go in that direction. We only looked at this time for parks, but we could look
Because
into.
I'd rather see plants and trees, because the family has some closure, and they can come and visit a plant and replant a plant if they needed to on their dime, but it won't cost them no $1,000, and Mayor Posa doing it for us. They can do them themselves, and maybe they'll plot somewhere. Okay, that's all I have, Robert.
Councilmember Televier.
Yeah, I just wanted to, look, so, just averagely, from the parks that these trees will be planted and the trees that are there now, because you're talking about what if, if the tree dies after the year, what is the average life of a tree in one of our parks, and how many times have you had to replace a tree?
Great question. Trees last years and years, 20, 30. There's no reason why they should die. However, the first year is crucial, really, for trees. Out of the ones we plant as part of the annual planting of trees in parkways, not all of them make them. So we do need to go back and replant trees. At the parks, I'm not aware of any having had to be removed because they died. However, they leave sidewalks at parks, and we had to remove one due to that. It grew way too much, but they last a long time compared to plants, for example. Plants have a very limited lifespan. It could be years, but that's already a bush or something. A plant is sometimes annual, and that's it.
And other thing I want to say is, I sort of like taken it back because it says that they can choose a tree from the approved list. And to me, if it's a memorial or if it's something to signify that person's passing, I would think we want it uniform. That one tree, whatever park you go to, represents the life of the young person that lost their life. But if we have different trees, we would never know. So, and I think for the cause that we're stating here and the absence of the plaque, and I understand the sentiment of, we don't want it to turn into a cemetery. I understand that. Then I think the program really, to me, has lost its sentiment and its value to memorialize someone that has passed on. That's my comment.
Councilwoman Cuevas.
I just have one request. If this goes through, I would like to see that we purchase from a local vendor, like the CNS, I believe it's CNS.
Yeah.
Garden.
All of our purchases of landscaping and trees are done locally.
And I do agree with Frank. It should be just one specific tree so that when the community goes and to the park and sees that, they all know that it's a memorial. Well, it's not supposed to be a memorial, but it's a memorial.
So let me jump in here. So I like this program. I do like the ideal of it being one tree, no matter which park it's at, so that they're uniform. And I do like the fact that we are not going to allow, I think you should amend the guidelines to say flowers are not allowed. So however you want to spell that out so that it's clear that you cannot, on any anniversaries of the person passing, birthdays or anniversaries or whatever, you cannot, like you would at a cemetery, drop off flowers or anything to that matter. Because I think the tree in itself, especially if they're uniform, will suggest that, okay, because at that point, the tree belongs to the community, and so we don't want to turn into a cemetery. But I like the program. I am a little concerned, though, about the $1,000. How did we come up with the $1,000?
Great question. The current cost of a tree plus planting alone from our current vendor landscaping company, it's about $700 in combination. That doesn't include any staff time, any upkeep of the trees as far as the whatever those
Mayor,
things are.
council, the root barrier,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
irrigation, the double staking of the tree when it first starts out, it's called guy wiring.
Yeah.
So there's a significant amount of things that need to be done to ensure that this tree survives.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Well, if there's no further discussion, I want to make the motion that we will adopt this program with said amendments.
I'll second that.
So the-
Can we, and then say to bring back, and just on consent, for the council to approve on consent, the type of tree and the revised guidelines with the no flowers?
But just on consent.
On consent.
But we can adopt the program tonight. Okay, so the motion stand that made by myself, Robert Pullen Miles, and Shirley Cuevas seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Would the council please vote?
For item number 7, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Okay, number 8, letter of support for the South Bay Council of Governments application.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This is a really quick item. This is a request for a letter of support for the South Bay Cities Council of Governments as they apply for the fiscal year 2026-2027 Caltrans Sustainable Transportation Planning Grant. They plan to use this grant funds to support the development of the South Bay micro mobility destination parking plan. And if they are approved for this grant, based on the information we received, they're looking to conduct a parking analysis to determine locations within the Lawndale community that is frequently trafficked by our Lawndale residents to provide, micro mobility vehicle parking. That's a tongue twister. I don't have any other comments to make as it relates to this request. So at this point, staff is looking for your direction to provide a letter of support to the South Bay Cities Councils of Government. There is a draft copy of the letter that is included with the staff report. And if approved, staff would need to move quickly to provide this letter of support to the South Bay Councils of Government because I think it was due today. So we're gonna hopefully turn around tomorrow.
Right.
And if that's the case, we would need your electronic signature if you authorize.
Well, let me ask you this. And you kind of infer that you're not really sure, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. So what is the South Bay Micro Mobility Destination Plan exactly? I know what it's going to do, but
I don't want
not
to
really sure.
speak out of turn. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to speak out of turn. From what I read about it, it looks like it's an opportunity to allow for residents who frequent certain public and private locations within the city. They can, instead of using their vehicle, they could purchase a small, transportation vehicle and use that to go to those locations as opposed to their vehicles. And then this program would identify parking spaces where they can park those micro mobility vehicles.
It seems like they had a program like this a few years ago under a different name that we didn't approve. Because if I'm not mistaken, so they're going to, if they get the grant, they're going to have the vehicles placed throughout the city?
Well, no, the grant, they're going to use the grant to do a parking analysis. So once they identify, they're going to, I guess, communicate with the city of Lawndale, work with us to identify, spaces, opportunities, identify those heavily trafficked areas, and then they're going to look to see where they could potentially put parking spaces for the micro mobility vehicles.
So the answer sounds like yes, not with this study, because this study would tell them when they purchase the vehicles where they can park the vehicles. Because that's what it sounds like it's going to be. I mean, am I hearing it
Mayor,
right?
Council, this is the micromobility can include the little small cars. You'll see like colleges do it.
Yeah.
Right, where you go in, you see Santa Barbara has that. So you can go up and get a car. If you don't have a car, you can use a car to go get groceries. But it also includes other types of modes of transportation, scooters, e-bike, whatever, electric. It's a very popular program. And then what they would do is meet with staff, look for locations like commercial areas to identify additional parking spots where they could park the car, and then you pay with your credit card or however they set it all up. But it would be on public and private spaces throughout the city. And this is a fee, basically almost like a grant. They're applying for a grant so they could figure out where in the South Bay they could set this program up.
Well, we're in Lawndale in particular, you mean?
It
Yeah,
doesn't-
throughout the whole South Bay, Mr. Mayor.
Throughout the South, it doesn't mean they're gonna put it in Lawndale. They need our help.
They need a support letter from the
Support
city,
letter.
at least get the grant filed.
We have the final say if we don't want them in the city, but this is a support letter. It's just saying, we support you on your grant.
Yeah, for the grant, this is just the grant for right now.
Okay. Mr. Pat Kearney.
Well, it sounds great, but I'd like to get more information on it. One page doesn't cover it. I don't know. You can explain it, but until I see it in writing, then it'll register up here. So is there a timeline on this, or can we bring it to the next meeting?
Yes,
with more
Mr. Mayor,
information?
they had sent it to us last week. It was a short notice, but we told them we'd put it on the agenda because the council meeting was coming up, and they actually needed it today, but Jackie said from the COG that she would accept it tomorrow, but there was a deadline for the grant.
Mayor?
Yeah.
And council, a little bit of background as I understand it from other agencies. This in part relates to the local travel network that we were doing at the city. And who knows where it is, that program yet, but in a way, it's tied to that, and to other cities in the South land makes a lot of sense, not necessarily in our city because you cannot be riding scooters on Hawthorne or Marine Avenue. But the program is that, and in other cities, they already started including parking areas for golf carts and things like that as part of developments. That's all the information I can provide you now, but it seems that, as stated, this is support for the big area, not necessarily to be used in Lawndale. And we have to wait to see what they come up with, but they work in conjunction, my point.
So I'm wondering, so a few years ago when they had a similar program, they were going to designate parking on city streets, and that was our main concern. Now, if you're telling me that they're going to seek parking on private property or city property and not on city streets, we got a conversation. But if you're telling me you're going to put these cars on city streets, I need to know how many cars is going to be on city streets. I mean, I know they're going to be small cars, because you're just going to be running on your errands. But I need to know how many cars are going to be on the city streets vis-a-vis how many parking spaces they're going to be taken up. And I understand that this is just the grant, but the grant is tied to what they want to use the grant for. So if you're in favor of what they want to use the grant for, you're in favor of the grant. If you're not in favor of what they want to use the grant for, you're not in favor of the grant. So you can't really separate the two. That's why I need to really know what's the proposal. Bernadette Suarez.
Yeah, the letter itself says it. It says schools, parks, shopping centers, employment centers, downtown centers, and it is tied in with the local travel network. So the big discussion that's come up a lot is students like to use micromobility to get to and from school. And, with a grant like this, you have the option to explore, well, where can these students park their vehicles? So it does list right there. It doesn't specifically say street parking. It lists the locations.
Oh, okay. It's probably here too.
Page 2.
Little arrow.
Towards the bottom.
Oh, that's the same letter here. Schools, parks, shopping centers, employment centers, downtown centers. Okay.
Mayor, Council, if you like, if it's the will of the council, we can, get more information and bring it back. I can talk with the COG to see if you could, submit the letter later if you so desire, and we bring it back.
I'm going to make a motion that we approve of the letter.
Motion's not in order right now because we're still debating it. But hold that though. How do I make that go away? Okay, there we go. Yeah, I see what it says schools, parks, shopping centers, employment centers, and downtown centers. That's not telling me if it's going to be on site. It's telling me, see, I can interpret this to say that it's going to be near these locations, because these locations are, obviously, these are destinations that people may want to go to, but I'm not sure.
Well, it's okay to vote no. I mean, I made the motion,
Okay.
I'll make it again.
Well, let's hear from the public.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm of two minds with this. This sounds very much like the Metro Micro or Micro Metro program, and I can see how the rest of the South Bay would be very interested in this. And my question is, this looks like it's from Caltrans, but is it, and maybe this is a question that I can't really ask, but this also sounds like a Metro thing. But my question, though, is, isn't this also including things like e-bikes and scooters and things like that? And I'm just worried about how dangerous that might be in a small city like this. I don't know what it includes. Is it just little cars? So.
Okay, Bernadette Suarez.
Yes, and I can expand on that. So a lot of funding that's getting pushed through is trying to focus on micromobility so that there are alternative ways of transportation. And say what you will, the e-bikes and the scooters, they're already here. And so part of what these programs are is to find a way to get people to comply with local ordinances, local laws. And it's not so much as, I think we're past the point of discouraging it. It's how do you modify the behavior to get these individuals that use them to comply, to give them the tools that they need, because people are already using them. And then in terms of, this does not have anything to do with Metro. Specifically, our city has been working with the COG on the local travel network. And the idea and what the entire South Bay, not the entire South Bay, but what has been expressed with a lot of people is, we're near the beach, there are definitely destination spots throughout the community, and there's a way where families, maybe on the weekend or whatnot, are wanting to travel. How do we find the safest way for them to travel? How do we find places for them to park? A council member, Obaji Redondo, made a comment that he was trying to get from one city to another, and there really wasn't a connected path to get from one beach city to the other. And so what we're trying to envision is a master kind of map to where people can feel safe to travel locally and get to their destination spots and not necessarily have to use a full-size vehicle for that, whether it be bikes, whether it be golf carts, whether it be scooters and whatnot. So that's just a little bit of background.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Talavera.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, my interpretation of the staff report is basically there's support for this grant and for them to conduct a parking analysis. It doesn't tie us to anything, doesn't tell us that we have to, it doesn't obligate us to anything. And if it's an analysis to determine locations, well, they may not find any. So I don't think it's something that we need to postpone. I think we should vote on it tonight and support the COG and what they're doing. And if they find locations, that's going to be still for us to approve if they're going to, wherever they're going to place them. So I think that's how I'm reading the staff report.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I do agree with the overall goal. My concern is just if we're going to have vehicles parked on the streets, taking up parking. But I guess we can decide that after they do the analysis, where and when. Because that doesn't, like you said, that doesn't tie us to do anything, on our part. So I will take that point. Mr. Pat Kearney.
I just want to say, I wish we would have had the information that Councilman Suarez gave to us. So this one page, it's a highlight of what they're doing. You went in depth of what is it doing. That's what should be on these reports, not just one page that, support this and travel that. I was traveled that for forever, but I support it. But next time we'll have more information on the agenda, except one page of whoever this came from.
And I'm happy to ask the executive director that if future requests come, that a staff report is included. That way there's more context and staff doesn't have to go out of their way to, try to figure out what it means.
Okay.
And with that, I'll make
With
the
that, I'll
motion.
entertain a motion.
I'll make the
Motion's been made by Suarez,
I'll second that.
seconded by Cuevas. Any discussion on the motion? Would the council please vote?
For item number 8, the motion passes unanimously.
Do we have to authorize them to use Greg, or electronic signature?
No.
You can just individually authorize that, so it doesn't need to be part of the motion, but if you all would, at the very least, just kind of let staff know before you leave tonight.
Okay, let's move on to item number 9. Request for additional funding for city irrigation project.
Thank you. It is me again, and I'm gonna try to be brief on this one. It's I was realizing it's somewhat a three-part item. On November 18 of 2024, funny enough, about exactly a year ago, we, City Council awarded the construction contract to Mariposa Landscaping in the amount of $797,000 and change for the City Parks irrigation project. The project went actually really well. It upgraded the irrigation at 3 parks, Roger Anderson, Jane Addams, and William Green Park. At that time, City Council only awarded the contract amount and not contingency, which it's somewhat typical, but at the time we needed to move in that direction. During the preliminary stages of construction, the city found out that the health department, Los Angeles County Health Department, has a say on projects that include reclaimed water. In particular, Roger Sanderson is irrigated with reclaimed water, and therefore we had to go with the requirements of the health department, and that includes using potable water to complete the testing of the new system. The bill for the water use came to $8,000, and city and contractor decided to split the bill. Our cost will be $4,272. That's 50% of the bill, and I'm here to ask for funds to pay that out of the same ARPA funds. That amounts, by the way, to only 0.5% of the total cost. It's really very minimal. Part two is that we have completed the project, and at this time I'm asking to authorize staff, after we make payments, to file a notice of completion with the county. And basically that is, and of course release retention, but that it's always done. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. That's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that report. Any questions of the report? Let's hear from Councilwoman Cuevas.
I do have a question about funds to our Director of Finance. We still have ARPA funds, right?
Yes, we do. We have still available funds, so it should not be an issue.
Okay. And then the additional 5% retention is, where is that coming from?
That's on capital improvement projects. By the contract code, the agency pays 95% of the bill. 5% is kept for retention should something happen. At the end of the project, just right after notice of completion, we release the 5%. So it's always kept from the contract in an account.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Any further discussion?
You looking for a motion?
Yep.
I'll make a motion with staff recommendation. Number 1, 2, 3, and 4.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion's been made by Pat Kearney and second by Cuevas. Any discussion on the motion? Council, please vote. Yeah.
For item number 9, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Let's have the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Good evening again. Real quick, I just want to thank the council and the mayor for all the support on the reconstruction of City Hall. We have, you noticed out here that we're putting in new flooring. We've had some challenges with some old pipes. I've sent emails on it. I've been working with Lucho and the contractor all 7 days a week. We've been in contact, letting them get in there and try to get some of the work done. There's been some delays with the rain. We're going to try to finish by December, but we still might have to bring something back for continuance of the contract. So I just want to bring that up, and that we're working feverishly to get the piping issue fixed in the men's bathroom on the backside of City Hall. The second item, I want to thank the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. I worked with them for many years. My family works at the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. They're a great agency. I think they are the best police agency I've ever worked with. Every day I get a call from the sheriffs, night and day. Deputies, special SAO, assignment officers, they do a really good job based on what we have here in the city. So I just want to thank the sheriffs, and I want to thank the council and mayor. They empowered staff to get us, we got a new captain that's dynamic. She's open, transparent, does a great job, and I want a special thanks to the lieutenant and Sergeant Smith, because without those two there on the ground, we had, when we didn't have a lieutenant, we just had a sergeant there. It was really tough and challenging. So I just want to thank the sheriffs for all they do for the city of Lawndale. They are the line between chaos and keeping things straight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Let's hear from item I, items from council members. Item 10, Directions of sign code update.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. The item is a direction on the sign code update. So the City of Lawndale has a police power to adopt sign regulations in order to protect the public safety, health, safety, and general welfare. The enforcement of a city sign code allows for the orderly commercial growth of the cities, and the intent of the regulation is by controlling the number, size, location, and design, as well as the illumination of the signs. In exhibit, so there's three main ordinances that the city adopted prior to the county. It was in 1984, 1999, and 2007. There's a brief summary of each ordinance. And so under a sign code, it regulates various types of signs. So in Exhibit B shows various examples of ground posts, roof signs, projecting signs, wall signs, changeable copy sign, which is a box sign that you can just change the face, and window signs. Staff is able to discuss the various sign types and the general regulation that applies for each sign. So under the ordinance, the Community Development Director has to ensure compliance with the sign code adopted by the City Council. So we have to ensure compliance. We have to approve a permit in terms of sign, location, and, signs are part of the First Amendment, so we always adopt or enforce the existing sign code. And then the last one is enforcement. We are implementing what the council adopted in terms of the zoning ordinance over the decades. So a lot of signs are already adopted and in place, and staff has to enforce them. It's not a guideline where we have discretion. We just have to review it based on the time, location, types of signs, and so on. So staff did an analysis of our sign code. In summary, Lawndale's sign code is very similar to other South Bay cities. The two most common complaints that we get are wall signs. They want them as large as possible in terms of sign height. And then also on the percentage of a wall. So some cities limited to like 33% to 25%, or 25 to 33%. Some allows larger. So Gardena allows it larger, but the other South Bay cities is about 25 to 35%. So in summary, Lawndale's sign code is consistent and similar to other South Bay cities. And our closing statement, I guess, is staff's cost concerns to update the sign code. To update the sign code it's also a zoning ordinance amendment. And most of the zoning ordinance amendment that the council sees is, let's say, parking. Well, we just relax the sign and we just change the parking ratio. That's easy in terms of a text, but for a sign, you have to do an index of various signs that's on the ground. So all of the businesses along Hawthorne and citywide, they have signs that's been there in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. And you would need a planning consultant to do the sign index and count and analyze, was this under a permit? Was it allowed in this decade? So it is there's basically an endeavor to basically do this sign index because it's someone's First Amendment rights in a way. And we can regulate them based on certain parameters. So in summary, staff has analyzed that the sign code update would cost a minimum of $400,000 and up to $2 million. So that's the cost because of the sign code updates and the need to hire a planning consultant to initiate the work. In terms of timeline, it would take about a year or two, but staff estimate it will be about more closer to 2 years. So the city's legal review, the city attorney, should the council direct a revision or update to the sign code, the city attorney's offices would utilize a First Amendment specialist to handle the legal review and ensure compliance with the most recent decisions respecting commercial and non-commercial signs. In terms of fiscal impact, if the council were to decide to move forward, a budget amendment would be needed and an RFP would be needed. With that, staff recommend that the city council discuss the staff report and provide further direction to staff. I am available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that report. Councilwoman Cuevas.
So my understanding of the reports is that anyone could put any size sign right now and at any time without a permit, and we're gonna just turn around and not say anything. Is that?
No. Where you get that from?
For example, I received an email saying that if I start this, I'm going to open a can of worms. That's not it. My question is, there's different signs in the city, different sizes. Why? And some of them don't have permits.
Let me answer it. Mayor, council.
So how did we come up with all these different, I mean, nobody's following the guidelines, so we need to do something about it. Either planning needs to revisit, the planning commission should review it and come back with decisions, or what they think about this. I mean, right now, Hawthorne Boulevard, you drive down and you have full coverage of windows. You have little signs, big signs, so nobody's following the guidelines.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mayor, council, so I'll be pretty brief here. So the reason staff received direction we request from a council member put an item on for a sign code update. Staff's providing an update what the costs are, which are $400 million potentially. We have to hire a consultant. We have to do an RFP. Yes, that's correct. We do have what we want. What I was explaining in the email, maybe it wasn't conveyed correctly and communicated effectively. But what we're saying is, if we undertake this, my experience undertaking a sign code update could be very extensive, costly, and when we're done with the sign code, we could end up in the same place because right now we have a lot of non-conforming, legal non-conforming. We do have a lot of unpermitted signs, but we also have a lot of permitted signs. If the council decided to move forward with this item, we'd have to do an RFP, of course, subject to the council's direction, bring it forward, and seek bids to do this update. What would happen is, and the concern is from staff, not only the costs, but the can of worms like Councilmember Cuevas mentioned. Because what happens is the business community, right now, they're pretty calm, but one thing I can tell you, working in community development for many years, people get really contentious about signage. And if we have a consultant going out there telling them, potentially, not saying they have illegal signs, but they might have unpermitted signs, they may have legal non-conforming signs, or they may have some permitted signs. And so that gets a lot of the community kind of up in an uproar, the business side. And so we're just bringing those, highlighting that. It's certainly up to the council, whatever direction you want to go. We're not opposed to it. We're just bringing it and highlighting those costs and some of the pitfalls on 2 sign code updates that I've done in the past. And at the time the council was done, I can report to you, they wish they had another undertaken it because the amortization, which means how long you'll let someone keep their illegal signage or non-conforming signage, and then all the First Amendment rights that we have to contend with. Based on my past experience of doing site code updates, people tend to get their attorneys out when they think they can't have the size of the sign they want. And that's the concern. So we just want to bring that up. It's certainly up to the council to move forward with this. It's in your purview, and we're waiting for direction from the council. Thank you.
Let's hear from Bernadette Suarez.
Yes, I'd like to clarify that there was actually, at least not from myself, a request for a sign code update. The request was to review the sign policy. We get several complaints, so never at any point did anybody say, let's do a sign code update. It was just to review the policy. The question is that, and there was one, in all honesty, since the email was mentioned, and we were forewarned about what would happen if we did a sign code update. The question was more of, they were asking, according to them, this business, asking about it, is there discretion? where specifically does it say we cannot have this type of sign and whatnot? And so as policymakers, we like to listen to our constituents. I saw a rendering of the sign that was approved and the one that they wanted to do. And it was simply size-wise, you would not be able to see this business if you saw it. And for marketing purposes, I could see why it would be very upsetting. It's nothing vulgar, nothing anything. It's just they want visibility for whatever their place of business does, so that people know, okay, that's where it goes. I can see the sign. Because right now, you just drive past it and you would miss it. It looks like a furniture shop still. So that was why we brought it forward, to see, and the question that was asked is, please show me exactly where does it show in the code that it's prohibited. And so, for me, I'm like, well, I'm not 100% educated on the sign policy, so therefore I would like to bring it forward to review and see, is there discretion and whatnot. And so that's why I requested it specifically.
So as part of these, so if we're talking about this particular business, I believe, so the code is clear that they're allowed 25% window signs, and we would approve 25% window signs, but they're asking for a range of 50 to 75% window signs. And we were upfront with them. We let them know, hey, these are the sign codes. If you approve and submit a sign that is 25%, we would approve it. We would approve your wall sign, we would approve the face on the pole sign, and we would approve the window signs. But they felt like they needed as much sign as they want. If I can go into more details on the number of signs they wanted, in addition to the three windows, the window signs, the wall signs, and the pole signs, I can get into a little bit more details there. But, for us, it's an ordinance, and I'm required to implement the ordinance, and those are the regulations in place. I don't have discretion when it comes to the ordinance. It's either compliance with a permit or you're not compliant, and it could be potentially a violation of the municipal code enforceable by the process of MSD. So staff isn't here to make any discretion. It's basically enforcing what the council adopted in the various sign code updates through the decades.
I have a question. So the wall sign, if I'm driving Hawthorne, the one that we approved, you can't see them. They are requesting a wall sign that is 4 feet by 10, which is what the other business had. So, and when I was looking at the pictures that you guys provided us, that sign fits into that. I mean, it's the same size as the pictures that were provided. So they can't have that sign if it's 4 by 10?
Correct. So the height of the sign is 4 feet, so that's an equivalent of 48 inches. The sign code allows, depending on the street of frontage, it ranges from 12 inches to a max 16 inches. So those are the parameters written in our Hawthorne Boulevard specific plan. So they are located on Hawthorne Boulevard, and they're within this sign criteria where they have to comply with both the city zoning order, sign code, and the Hawthorne Boulevard specific plan. So that's the reason why if we advise them, we discuss with them that these are our parameters. If you propose a sign within these sign letter heights, it could be reviewed and approved, but 4 feet by 10 exceeds the sign height.
Okay, so Exhibit B has several signs. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. Several signs announcing the businesses' names, and they're more than 12 and 16 inches that you guys, or not that you guys, that the code says. So how could those photos be on there? For example, it's the wall sign for something Eastwood, Cantina Eastwood. That is bigger than the 16 inches that our code says.
The intent of Exhibit B was to show the various sign types, but not the applicable regulation that would apply to our city. So those, if you're looking at Exhibit B, you have an example of various types of signs. So that's a wall sign, but it is an indicator of what would be allowed for Lawndale. I didn't want to take pictures of various signs within the city just for their privacy. So it was just the intent of the Exhibit B was to show a sign type.
So the pictures are also of State Farm, that is not valid? Because the way I'm seeing Exhibit B is that these are the items that we are allowing in our city, because it matches similar signs down the road. I mean, down Hawthorne Boulevard. So it's kind of misleading, page 2 of Exhibit B, that, to me, I thought reading the report, Exhibit B, page 2, those were the signs we're allowing.
Yeah, so the intent of Exhibit B was just to show the various sign types, but in looking back, staff should have used something more proportional to what Lawndale would have reviewed and approved.
Let's hear from Bernadette Suarez.
Yeah, thank you for explaining it. My last question is if this is ever legally contested and brought into court, do we have a strong argument in case?
I think that's something I'm going to need to go back and look at, in addition to looking at Councilmember Cuevas's questions, because those are beyond the scope of what was actually in the agenda, notwithstanding that I understand that that was not the intent of the council members in asking for this item. But I think we're going to need to bring this item back to answer. I have not looked at current liabilities because I was, as the staff report says, when our office was contacted, I was thinking about future changes and updates to bring it from 2007 to 2025. So that was my focus. But we can certainly look at the current issues and make that part of a report back, along with staff's report back, answering some of the other questions.
Yeah, and my question wasn't, I'm not insinuating anything. It's just more of a question of some of these questions sometimes that I get from members of the public, they seem so adamant, and they're big businesses and they have their attorneys, they have their people review it. And so that's my question is, I guess I'm confused why they feel so strongly about our codes being wrong, but, getting conflicting. So I just want to really understand, what the codes are, how the process works. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, let's hear from Council Member Frank Talavera.
Okay, yeah, regarding this, this staff report, I just wanted to say that I am looking towards, or would like to see us review and update the policy. Because I'm finding some things in here, and I don't know if, like for one, unfortunately these are not numbered, but the pages are not numbered, but it says like digital on-premise signs, you have to have a special use permit. And what is the fee for that special use permit? Because I think there is one entity in Lawndale that said we wanted this digital type of sign, and they said the fee's $8,000. Why would the fee be $8,000? Is it to deter them to want that kind of sign? And if that's it, then I think we're operating in the wrong there. I mean, and then in another part of the document here, it says prohibited sign types, animated signs and moving image signs. Would that be the type of signs like that the high schools have, the marquees that they have, that are you go by Lawndale High, the waving flag is there, and you go by Lusinger High, and you see, was that what that means?
Mayor, Council, yes, because the city has maintained no electronic signs because of the billboard companies, unless they do, and just to bring up the council up to date, we requested any updates to the sign code. We were asking the billboard companies on the ad hoc, it's not part of this, but since we're talking about the sign code, they are not allowed to have electronic signs and subject to any changes to our sign code. The ad hoc has looked at this several times from billboard companies. For this, that's the question on the conditional use permit. I think it's $5,000 deposit base for a special use permit. But it's deposit base. It pays for the city attorney's office, staff, the public hearing, the noticing and whatnot. But it's deposit based.
But the high school marquees are exempt?
Yes, they're not, I'm sorry, yeah, thank you. All schools are exempt from our zoning codes.
Okay.
Correct.
Just public schools, sir? Public
Yeah, thank
schools
you,
are
public.
exempt from, they can exempt themselves from a zoning code for any item that is related to their educational purpose. So, for example, a public school district, a maintenance yard would not be exempt from city oversight, the city zoning code, but any classroom buildings, any classroom-related items, and the signs have come out through some case law to be shown to be enough tied to the educational purpose that, yes, we don't try to regulate them, although we would, were a private school, to attempt a sign similar to what the two high schools have.
Because I'll tell you my intention. I'm not trying to hide anything. It's just that I would like our city to have digital signage at the beginning and at the end of our down Hawthorne Boulevard. You know, instead of putting plastic banners on alongside the fence of Jane Addams to announce some of the events. You know, I think we should have something that's more visible to the public. You know, also if we want to, you know, I think there has been some occasions where we wanted to notify the residents and like neighborhood watch. You know, when their meeting is. Other things that we've always wanted to announce something, and I suggested, you know, well, why can't we use that emergency system? Even though it's not emergency, but it's public that everyone can put it out. But if we don't have a system where we can notify, and I think there is one, I always get an email, I think it's called GovGo, I think. And I don't know if we've ever looked into it before in the past, but how effectively can we go out, you know, or send out a message to the residents while they're driving by and see our beautiful digital marquee, neighborhood watch tonight, you know, Hoffman Center, whatever, and Field of Honors celebration, you know. So that's my intention, to want to continue to see what we can do, how we can do it, and you know, for I don't know, would we not want to consider that as a city? Could we are we going to say, well, this is school districts don't have to abide by this, but we're going to abide by this? Or does the city have the opportunity to say, no, we're going to put a digital sign up, and
So-
this is not going to stop us?
So Mayor, Council, this is your, I've talked to several council members on this separately. So that's why we put this item up for a sign code. If you guys want to change it, it's totally up to the council. We just provided the information to you. That's why we have it here, for you to give us direction to move forward with an RFP. We just want to provide all the information up front. If the council wants to add in digital signs, we'll definitely put that in the RFP, do a comprehensive sign code update. And that's certainly that's up the direction of the council. That's why we put it on for a sign code update, notwithstanding the other comments, because we've been getting a lot of questions from council members. So this is how we solve it. Like the city attorney mentioned, we were looking at a comprehensive sign code update because we've been hearing feedback from most of the council on this. So this is your opportunity to direct
And if we
staff.
decide to move forward with an RFP, that still does not obligate us to say, well, since you put out the RFP, now you're obligated to do this.
That's correct.
We can
So-
still say, well, we just wanted the information, thanks.
That's totally up to obviously there's other legal requirements, but if the council did not want to go forward with an RFP, that was certainly up to you, withstanding legal requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Let's hear from Mr. Pat Kearney.
Correct me if I'm wrong, we used to have a sign here on 147th or Lawndale Way. The hookers are still there. Could we put a new digital sign there? And would it be legal?
I'd have to look at it. It may have lost its non-conforming, but I'd have to look at it. The city's exempt. I don't have that answer. I'd have to research that.
Because that would answer Councilman Talavera's, because we do have the hookups there, and we had a digital sign there for many years. But maybe it is time to get one, I don't want to say like City of Hawthorne, but a new digital sign right in the middle of the city, or close to the middle of the city, and educate our residents, this is happening, with a bigger digital sign. But I know the hookups are there.
Councilwoman Cuevas.
Before any decision could be made, shouldn't the Planning Commission review it and see if they are able to make any changes? Because whoever has the sign right now is probably going to be grandfathered in.
Unless it's illegal.
Unless it's
Illegal.
illegal.
And that's right. Any legal sign will be grandfathered in. There's no question. Whether the Planning Commission should look at it first, I think you would still come back to the same point. Do you want to do an RFP, see what the costs are, see what the scope is, and then if you don't like the cost and scope, give staff or our office direction to, instead of doing a comprehensive update, do minimal updates to key items, at which point, yes, a step in that non-comprehensive update would be going to the Planning Commission for their input, coming to you for input, and then going and doing the work. So yes, but I think the decision tonight is, do you want to move forward with that full-scale RFP, or would you rather ask us to go find some areas that we think are either, from my perspective, subject to litigation, or from staff's perspective, subject to a lot of complaints, and then go through and see how we can do the process for less money.
And the RFP will be, it's free, right? Or do we have to pay for the RFP?
No, Mayor, Council, we don't have to pay.
Staff.
We just staff time, put it together and put it out there and post it.
Okay.
One question for the city attorney. Can we revert this back to the planning first to see what they say about any changes? If they see something we didn't see, and then bring it forward back to the council, and then we go forward with our RFP?
I mean, I'm certain that they would find additional things to what's been talked about. If that's the will of the council, you certainly can ask them to look in before you move forward. It's completely a policy decision for the five of you.
Well, wouldn't they have a chance to do that by nature of their responsibilities? Because when they're going to look at it and give the recommendations, and then we can decide whether to accept the recommendations or not. So I think that's one additional step. I would like to see that we do both, the RFP, and then what's the other one, the review? Just the review, just to see if we can do both at the same time. I want to do the RFP because I do agree that we should have digital signs, because this is the 2025, and there's no reason why we shouldn't have digital signs. Now, I brought this up a few years ago, back when I worked for the State Assembly. We were stationed in the Inglewood City Hall. And then that's when you see all those billboards come up in City Hall, in the City Hall area throughout the city of Inglewood. Digital, nice, colorful, vibrant. And so I kind of worked, I didn't work on it directly, but because some of them had to be approved by Caltrans, my job was to work with Caltrans. And so that's why I kind of knew about the digital signs and how much revenue they bring in, because those bring in money. You're talking about $2 to $4 million a face, depending on the traffic, right? And so I would like to see digital signs, but in order to get there, we have to do the RFP, and let them, the consultants, tell us what's the recommendations are. So I suggest that we do both, if that's okay.
Is that a motion?
Can we do consensus? Because I'm okay with that.
That's fine. If we get consensus, we will, staff will prepare an RFP, and I will have somebody from our office who's a bit of a specialist work with planning staff to just kind of do an initial review. I could see that certainly the RFP won't be back before the start of the new year, but both the RFP and the analysis could be back after the first of the year.
Okay, so
I'm good.
Yep.
Okay, all right, that'll be the order. Thank you. What's next on the agenda?
Report and attendance.
Hmm?
Report of attendance and meetings.
Okay. Item 11. Let's hear from Councilmember Talavera.
Okay. On the 5th, I attended the Neighborhood Watch, and like Dina was saying, there was more people there, and we got a lot of information, you know, and I think the more questions we ask, the more informed we are, and, you know, and we have all the resources right there. So I just wish the residents would come out and visit, you know, the Neighborhood Watch, and so that was a pleasure to hear all those questions and learn about some of the gang activity and the crime that's in our area, you know, and what's going on. So I appreciate the sheriff also for their information, and that evening that was good. And then on the 6th, Thursday, I attended the Lawndale Elementary School Board meeting as the liaison on the committee between our city and the district. I want to try to help, I want to try to bring that more into play and build that rapport and that liaison there with them. So I visited them. And then on Monday the 10th, I visited the Field of Honor flag display with my wife. We came and strolled all the different flags there and recognized the veterans that were listed. And then on Saturday, the 15th, I attended Nilo Michelin's birthday party, and we had a good time there, some tasty tacos, and that was it.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Suarez.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to staff for as usual, putting up the beautiful Field of Honor. And I'll repeat it, but if anybody hasn't had a chance, if you go at night, it's really pretty, really pretty. Other than that, there are two items that I do want to bring forward. I want to ask that we agendize a review for the city manager. Per the contract, the city shall undertake an annual review of the performance of city manager. The last one was done last year, October 7th, so it already is due for one, and I think in light of recent events, we really should have one. Also, I wanted to ask to agendize talking about a human resource manager. A while back, I had to research on how cities operate, and a lot of small cities actually have a standalone human resource department or manager. And so I just want to explore that option, just having it a singular title or position, and just kind of look at what other cities do. With that, I'll pass it along. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cuevas.
I also attended the Neighborhood Watch. Less people than I remember from previous meetings, but it still gave us great information to those that asked questions. There were good questions. I didn't know about certain gangs, and that discussion was a good one. So our next one is next year. I don't think we have one in December, so we'll announce it again. It's going to be in January. Second week of January on a Wednesday. I also attended Nilo Michelin's 60th birthday, and we presented him with a certificate of recognition for all his hard work and education in our community. So it was a nice event. I would like to, it doesn't have to be in December, but in January, I would like to get an update on the youth center. And where we are at on raising funds. And if someone remind me where we left off on the lobbyist, because I thought we were going to talk about it so that he could help us with the funds for the youth center. So if that could be brought back. And once again, the Field of Honor, another great presentation. Driving at night, it made it even beautiful. I drove during the day by there and at night, and I think I like the nighttime. It was really nice. Thank you team for putting that together. And that's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Kearney.
Okay, I have a few. I also attended the neighborhood watch. I thought we had more people there than the one we had prior. I think it was only those two in the back that were there for the sheriffs. Michael, great snacks. I enjoy the snacks. I also I also attended the Lobby Trust and Oversight Committee meeting I do every month in Monterey Park. I also attended the LA County West Vector Control District Board meeting, and we did have one death related to mosquitoes, but it was in San Gabriel, so that's way out there. I attended the State of the College at El Camino College. I could only last an hour there because people get long-winded there and I had to leave. I also attended Nilo's 60th birthday party. It was great. Frank got to mention that empanadas there. Empanadas there. I didn't eat anything, but yeah, they did. And the field of honor was great. Like ladies say, you look at it at night, it's lit up, it's beautiful. I brought my brother-in-law, which is from Florida, and he's an Army veteran, and he got teary-eyed with some of the cards. But it's a great event, and it keeps growing and growing, and I want to thank the sponsors for sponsoring it this year. And with that, Robert, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you. I too attended the Field of Honor. Actually, I went by there twice. On my way there, the second time, I ran into a resident. I can't remember her name, but she commented as to how nice it looks, and she was exactly correct. They did something a little different this year. They put like the service flags up. Was that up last year? Yeah, that was new this year. They put the service flags up for the armed forces up in front, right? And I thought that was a nice touch. So I want to thank the staff for putting that together and for the sponsors for sponsoring it. I also attended the Neighborhood Watch meeting where we got an update on the crime statistics, and we talked about the gang activities, and so that was great. I want to thank the few people who came out for coming out, and we were growing. Obviously, in the summertime, you have more people come out, right? In the wintertime, people got things to do or what have you, and they get a little more busier than the summertime. So to have a reduction in the audience is to be expected, kind of. But that is a great place to find out what's going on. So you are absolutely right, Dina. Nilo Michelin, he's a member of the El Camino College District. He's a former council member in the city of, school board member in the city of Hawthorne. And I found out that night that he was also a former deputy city attorney. I never knew that. So anyway, he had a 60th birthday party celebration at one of the hotels in Hawthorne, and it was really nicely received. And we did give a little certificate. And so that's all I have. Okay, so that will do it for our agenda, except for our closed sessions. I'm going to ask the city attorney to give us the provision of the closed sessions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have one conference with legal counsel regarding potential litigation under Government Code Section 54956.9E2, which are facts and circumstances known to the potential plaintiff. In this case, there was no writing delivered to the city. There was a verbal discussion between an attorney for the Sonic Company and myself, in which the attorney threatened a lawsuit, the details of which I will share with the council in closed session. Secondly, there will be a closed session per Government Code Section 54956.9E1 regarding exposure to litigation, facts and circumstances which are not known to the potential plaintiff. And finally, a discussion regarding existing litigation per Government Code Section 54956.9D1, which is the City of Lawndale versus LA investment case. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I don't keep track of the time.
Okay, we are back from closed session. I'm going to ask the city attorney to give the report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To make the report brief, the city council was briefed on all three items, potential litigation with facts and circumstances that are known to the potential plaintiff, potential litigation facts and circumstances unknown, and existing litigation. Council gave direction to the city attorney's office, but no action reportable under the Brown Act was taken this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. The next regular scheduled meeting of the Lawndale City Council will be held at 6:30 p.m. Monday, December 1st in these here chambers. We are hereby adjourned.